Hello everyone, we're back in London. Sorry, I'm not excited about it. Like, I like the game, I just don't like to be surrounded by the English. Which I feel like is a normal thing to feel. I'm sure a lot of English feel the same way. My Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction,
Okay.
that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Okay. 19th of February, 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, it's the day after we did the other case, now that I think about it. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh, yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops! Sorry about that. I mean, you still have like the 1 or 2 guineas that you got from fucking what's his name? Like, you can always like pay with that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, an entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place. Agreed. It's full of British people. And mostly English people, and fuck that shit. Good morning to you at this early hour. Oh, yes, well. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Sato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Stronghat, who is clearly and obviously evil. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Stronghat, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been appraised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh! No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. It's weird. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. Was to come to terms with. The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Well, Lord Van Six, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Wah ha 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 ha! I became Waluigi again. Actually, he probably should be Wario considering his stature. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needed to let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. No! What? Mr. McGilded is dead? Tell your doves to calm the fuck down, dude. I have 19 minutes and 40 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll probably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded. That's awful. The man who was asleep inside was the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. An inspection of the omnibus. No, not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concerns of yours. Leave it to the police. Or Mr. McGilded. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was wow. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's local history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. Until it becomes obsolete by your own wrong usage of it. and the abuse of the upper class. The most advanced in the world, is it? Yeah, but maybe for like a decade. It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple! As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. Simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. I have to agree. Mr. Strongheart, what the fuck? Excuse me, that is my evil laugh. Is something funny? No, my apologies. I shouldn't be doing my evil laugh in front of other people. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died. As yet. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that court again after Mr. McGilde's trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh! If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Sogi. I'd be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself, and there's another thing. Oh. Another thing, continue. On the way here, on the steam sheet, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important? And what exactly would that be? never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever to... You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Sugi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. Well, he's not your boyfriend, is he? I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to appraise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. Well, that happens. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what do you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. I feel that he might be racist. Patats? He's having patats. Actually, that looks like a piece of bread. And then a bunch of patats. Wait, no, is it fish and chips? Is he having, like, to eat fish and chips? Actually, I think it's fish and chips. Yeah, that would make sense, because why would you have, like, a piece of bread like that with fries and, like, no condiments and shit? Well, the lack of condiments is clearly because they're fucking boyish and white. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? That's the way I got to do with anything. Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gen eating out of your hand, you know. But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but here I'm having to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying, Haven't seen Gregson and he's gonna you? Nah, he's too busy with the big with these days. And now because of some banking who's here from a genre from a country I never even heard of. Can you be slightly less racist? Hey, that ripping sound, that's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip those apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryonosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It's unreasonable fine, I grant you. London winters don't seem a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable! How did she pull that off? Me putting a hand on Ryonosuke's shoulder? She's a woman. Like... So, Long Strongheart has me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Strongland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson. What's the matter with Sato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Mr. Sato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well? Kelly, what were you doing in London? Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Of course he does. Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Rants Magazine? That's right, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Schultz enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible! Well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregston is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? Yeah, I have to admit that to start with, I was a little flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it's not! There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now, and whispering rumors about me under my breath, I am sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in the stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as X is X. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps the sudden rise to fame does change people. That voice that I'm doing for Gregston is destroying my throat really fast. Just saying. Excuse all of the hydration noises, it's the only thing that I can do to calm it. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking down along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with as a subtle takedown, wouldn't you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Renosuke, you've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time up for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who witnessed the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Baron Vaxix. No, not the vampire again. Sounds like you heard of him then. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Six and his vampire ways. He's kind of silly like that. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Baron Van Six. Who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Six stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he sent that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van the Six, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Ah, and what of it? Oh, well, I think... that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. Ah, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Ah. Magnus McGill became a cropper on that omnibus when it went up in flames. You can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, if Isaacs could get the dirt to stick on someone, he'd be a miracle worker. Well, that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. Like voodoo magic. That kind of shit. You know, that's kind of racist saying it like that. I don't fucking care. Do I look like I care about being racist? I'm British. I have a good luck thing about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Right, well, I feel you're in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place. That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've run him a criminal already. He's a good ass. Shaking like a leaf in his cell he is. I'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. Easy, mate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll know and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. There's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo. To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent... you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself, and I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes, let's go! I think I'll go to the prison first. "19th of February, local prison, cell 9. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It just feels like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo, you're making it seem worse. Apparently, your client is in this cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding in the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat, as yet with no name? Calling me by a number, it's utterly unbelievably and unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Am I insane? Or does his like the center of his eyes don't look like little glasses? Little glasses, like what glasses? Am I insane? Or like maybe clovers, like from playing cards? Like they're weird. Excuse me. Who? Shh, quiet. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right. So could I ask you who exactly? There you are. You come to cause me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? Yeah, my honest reaction to that. We mean you know our prisoner, son. Are you Japanese by any chance? Oh, now his eyes are normal. That's weird. This is beyond my wildest dreams. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it. It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriots' voice here in this damn dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Who could have guessed that this new client Lundström had assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? What compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon. A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. Shan, stay solid and silent. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Runosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by your government. Notably notorious name Natsume. Soseki Natsume. Wait, like the actual writer? Like the categorical actual writer, Soseki Natsume? Like, wait, no, I actually need to search. Because I know that there's a writer. Like, I'm not insane. Am I? Give me a second. Yeah! Soseki Natsume, born 9th of February 1867, and death 9th of December 1916. So we are kind of in the correct period. Yeah, Natsume Soseki, Japanese novelist, poet, and scholar. Greatest writers in modern Japanese history. Yeah. Fiction explored themes of individualism, loneliness, and the conflict between traditional Japanese values and the rapid westernization of the Meiji era. Yeah, okay, it has to be him. His works include I Am a Cat, Botchan, Sanshiro, Kokoro, and his unfinished final novel Light and Dark. So that's why the chapter is called what it's called. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to check. Like, I know the name was familiar the second that I heard it, so I wanted to make sure that I was thinking of the right guy. Well, I guess we're dealing with real historical figure Soseki Natsume. Soseki Natsume-san? What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of haiku. It's something in a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhara-san. No! Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. As I had to suffer that misery. And now this! It's beyond the pale! Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But... just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can't do it now! What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language! Utterly unbelievable and justly unreasonable! He has a point. I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashy. You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, I also am often told. And often like to be told, it seems. Can you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Sasaki-san? I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritably inconvenient. So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been out to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure the bookshop wasn't accursed too. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I was petrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. I ran so far away. That's not good. They'll say that it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Sasaki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of those fair-haired English? And a young woman at that! I'm different, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? Hmm? What conundrum? What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Sasaki-san just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then, he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ah! You! What did you just say? Nothing! I didn't say anything! Oops! Perhaps I thought that a little too loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Sasaki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. It was him. The cursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck. A cursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness, brash, big-headed busybody begone. May you be cursed until the end of your days, Sherlock Sholmes. I knew it. Mr. Sholmes? Fucking damn it. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. Oh boy. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me, "This is the police, put the weapon down." Yes, it was thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't needing a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a ginger cat. That's Sherlock Holmes. Holmes. It's actually just Sherlock Holmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this big, stupid kitten of a man. I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. You mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was starting into a panic when they barged in the rain. Of course you were, that's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Finnish foreign flammery. Well, we are in England, you can't really blame them for questioning you in English. I mean, technically they could still question him in Japanese, but whatever. Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles. And before I knew it, I was turning here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh. You can just call me Naruhodo, and when we're speaking English, a simple mister is more than enough. Oh yes, alright, yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why? Why is it too hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. Ah, a student. I have defended a case in the Old Bailey, only the one though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhara-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. Ah, a keepsake. I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers. All the breaches defend lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Saseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I had them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say that the man doesn't understand half of what he's being said anyway. It's awful. They're wrong! I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there in the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. Nowhere he wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me! He's right. He's right. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Saseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Bro. Just 19th of February, Bryan Road. So this is where it happened. Bryan Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. From the beginning, the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, when I never dreamed I'd come to this. I'd never come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your happy dreams comes true. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. This is an tourist trail, and as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course, we're here to investigate.
So you've been to the holding cell then? What do you make of the criminal?
He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me.
It clearly bothers you.
The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion.
The stone cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone cold air. That makes it worse somehow. I don't suppose you have anything to tell me? Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am.
Oh, and you know, I've always dreamed of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing the policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty to protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
Ain't a London Bobby's how going, I can tell you. Those bribes aren't taking themselves.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rushes all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work.
What? He wakes people up?
Yep, raps on their windows with a long pole. They may start going back a bit.
I had no idea.
The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts silently patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's regulation distance.
I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. I need to think. I never remember what the exchange rate for miles. I think that's a couple of blocks. I'm trying to think, but I'm always bad about miles to kilometers, or meters at the very least. Pounds to kilograms is easy because pounds is like twice the kilograms approximately. Let me see. 20 miles, that's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. What? On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. Is it though? And when he gets sacked, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas lamps, the gas streamed lamps. Good, I can't speak. Like, is that much? Oh my. And I suppose in between all these duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. Actually, I'm kind of... It's pissing me off, so I'm gonna check. Miles to kilometers, thank you. 1 mile is 1.60934, so 20 miles is 32 kilometers. One kilometer is equivalent of 0.6214 miles. That's basically 30 blocks. Like, yeah, well, 32 blocks technically. Like, that's not that much in a day.
At least the blocks here are around that length. Wait, am I even counting correctly? See, this is why I don't know math. Now I'm confusing myself. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men killing over from time to time, I admit.
I'd always dreamed of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish the dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in a hospital. I never said she was a lady. It is, unless she comes around pretty dramatic, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means that they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have with me. You can take it if you want.
Really? Are you sure?
It's the art police to give lawyers defending suspects a bit of information to go on.
I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept.
Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countryman. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it?
Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but... But just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can't be sure... It doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present.
I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure.
How?
Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. It what? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less.
Ah,
It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them.
there were witnesses now. Who are these witnesses, Inspector?
A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London.
That means he did it.
He's a copper from Scotland Yard.
Ah,
A policeman?
that might change things. These policemen just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked.
Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them banging the act down all.
Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions?
Be my guess, you can ask him what you'd like. In court tomorrow.
Oh,
I am not that he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to.
that's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me that. I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector.
What?
The person who led you to the suspect, I hear that was Mr. Sherlock Sholmes.
What are you bringing him up for?
Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks.
That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not?
Well,
Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole.
because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean?
There's no way to save that man now. It's a waste of time trying. It is all a bit strange, though.
Sorry?
A Reaper, it hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect.
And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals. The violent ones. Master criminals?
The violent ones.
That's right, he handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for the sins.
But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely.
That's just my point, Dungeon. Yes, a young woman was stabbed, but he didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case that we expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better praise.
Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it?
No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taking an interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial.
Are we really going to have to face a Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he puts it.
Who did you hear that name from?
Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was a result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational grade deductions.
Pedophile!
Ah,
The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere.
oh.
I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case.
Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He's a great help to Skull and Yado, isn't he?
Gabble gabble.
Ah!
Ever seen this before?
Oh, yes, that's the Rants magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes appears.
Yes, well, that wonderful publication as it sees fit to include several of the year's detectives in the stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Sholmes tale at all.
Well, I suppose there is an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us as Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Apologies for the hydration noises. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this.
By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in this case, and you are... are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address, even... It's Baker Street! How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world.
I see. Mom, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose.
We'd better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited or unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage! So we're going to have a reunion already, with the great detective Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Let's check around first. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's very wide. It's a very wide open space, isn't it? That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding.
Hey, what are you foreigners doing here?
Ah, oh, we, just investigated the scene of the...
Conspiring with that mustache fellow from Japan, are ya?
Conspiring?
Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you an in it. Gone!
He shooed us away like rats. Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think. What a disappointing experience.
Asshole.
What a delightful snowman.
I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though.
Oh, it has its scarf, look.
You'd need one if you were out in the freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one.
I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can afford a scarf.
Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his.
But the person who made the snowman certainly would.
Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow.
That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history.
Well, that certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here.
We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible.
Yes, you're right. Cheap but ideally with reasonable level floors. What's with that bicycle?
Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore.
Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling.
It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well.
The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that.
Goodness, do you like bicycles?
No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you'd agree with me.
We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around.
Damn. Anyway, I guess we have to go see Mr. Holmes. I don't want to be here.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Man.
It looks slightly less disorganized than I thought it would be. 19th of February, 12:53 p.m. Sholmes' suite.
So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Okay, that looks less normal. It is as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san?
Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room.
Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I never read the stories, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be.
The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, I suppose I can, yes. Sure.
So if you don't mind... I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me.
She's obsessed.
Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? The door was open, that's why we got to get in, because you left the door open. Hi, you have a visitor.
I fucking knew it was a child.
Hello! Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes?
Hello, child. Wait, aren't you?
Oh, how would of me? I'll go and make some tea at once.
I'm sure it's the same girl from last time, the one with the bazooka.
Mr. Sato, do you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case.
The King of Bavaria?
King Wilhelm Gustave Sigismund von Ormstein, of course.
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank.
Forget the adventures of Sherlock Holmes for a moment and look over there!
Also, I find it funny that she mentions fucking the King of Bohemia because, like, that's from... what was it? The Scarlet Letter? You know, the one where, like, the king goes to Holmes, to Sherlock Holmes, and he's like, hey, dude, like, I had this affair with this hot lady. I think she's, like, a singer or an actress. Like, it's been a while. But, like, she's pretty famous. And he's like, hey, I had an affair with her, and she has, like, pictures and shit of, like, my dick and whatnot. And I'm gonna get married, like, you know, for king reasons. And I need to, like, find those photos to, you know, not get in trouble with my fiance. Like, I don't want the wedding to be cancelled and shit. So, like, can you do that for me? Can you play and get the stuff from the woman? And Sherlock, because he is a man and stupid, he overestimates the woman in question and gets screwed over, and she basically disappears, and I think she marries like a dude that she likes, but like she keeps the photos because, well, Sherlock didn't get them because she knew what he was there for. And Sherlock is just like, well, shit, clearly she's very good at this shit. I'm an asshole. I'm the asshole here. I underestimated this woman. I'm an idiot. Interesting that's the one that she remembers. Like, that is the one that is referenced here.
It is brew, and I have a freshly baked cake as well.
Also, excuse me, the people who actually, like, remember Sherlock Holmes stories. I haven't read one in easily 15 years. So, like, I remember the plot in general, but, like, the details are completely out. It happens to me all the time. It's the fun thing about having memory issues.
Oh, it's you.
I knew it. Sato-san recognizes her too.
Ah, there you are. I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. A good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
It's the guy who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilder's trial in the defendant's antechamber.
I never met a lawyer for the families before. Boy, you having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London.
Oh, yes, it was challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know.
Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color?
Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Oh, it's a winner. I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish tired tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you?
Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely?
Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Why he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurtley's out on an errand again today, even though he should return from overseas.
Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever just a day after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think?
And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suit?
Sweet.
I keep making that mistake. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Sholmes, keeping a child around here. Like, I don't think he's a good... Like, I don't see him feeding this child three meals a day, I'm just saying. Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley. Another Iris with pink hair. Who would have thought? Also, are you, when you say Wilson, do you mean like Wilson, like the guy from the first trial who's fucking dead? Because if he's related to you, I am deeply sorry. He's fucking dead. Just so you know. Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. Reminds me of another pink colored character. What?
What was the matter?
No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Yeah, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, I'm Ryonosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Oh, sorry. I'm Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Satomi Kotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Ah, oui. Sushi and Bruno. Got it. Sushi?
And Bruno? There's more to this girl than meets the eye, like a robot in disguise. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I.
Oh, interrogations first then. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey?
Yeah, that's right. You were ever so helpful, thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry you couldn't have been more welcoming.
Though at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us.
Like this? Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in town, didn't you?
Oh yes, that awkward witness Gina Lestrade.
Ah, Jeannie. Yeah, she's a professional pickpocket.
So we found out.
It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that.
Are you referring to that trial disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about a fitting self-destruct mechanism in my inventions.
This girl is dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Jeannie back here after that. She could apologize to my trusty technician.
Sorry, your technician?
Harley, of course, silly.
Harley.
Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I mentioned that before.
I had no idea the great detective has such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely.
What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I?
Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Because that's a little sus. That's a little sus. Like, it's actually very sus when you think about it.
Well, I expect you find out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
Your roommates.
I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year.
Well, what of your mother and father?
Oh no, not that one.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Well, Ryonosuke, you know what half of the story is there. The man is fucking dead. Like, definitely her dad is the guy that died in the first case. The Wilson guy. So, yeah. So one parent is dead, and I can only assume that the other parent is dead too, because what's a video game without a child with dead mothers? There always has to be one.
Oh yes, there's something I must ask you.
Of course, go ahead, Sushi.
I am a very great fan of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes and...
Oh, you have a Kobe Once magazine.
Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on ship.
Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories?
That's why. Helly is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author?
Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure the Speckle Band. The Speckle Band? That's certainly very familiar.
Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, that was Mr. Sean's first thought as well, actually.
Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't ya? So do you mean to say... the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rand's magazine are written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very muddy typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson.
Sato-san's getting more and more worked up.
Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's not true too. I am a doctor of medicine.
No, at 10 years old?
At 10 years old.
Well, that's quite incredible.
But... Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. I think the people would think that's very saucy, Baka. I suppose it does, yes. People would think terrible things.
Poor Susato-san, she looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. It was gonna happen eventually. About before.
Yes, what's on your mind, Rona? Do tell me.
How do you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London? I mean...
Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How do you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted. I know there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning is spectacular. First of all, I already knew that you were a lawyer, Rona. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said we'd only just arrived in London. How do you know that?
I observed your passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh. Yeah, you probably should, like, hide that.
So I was reasonably confident that Miss have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted the case against a particular prosecutor, telling me you were aware of London Scots affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed it had an ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today? Ah. They use the stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And that waistband is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend of our relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home for having barely been home a few hours yesterday hardly solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was burling and trembling. It kinda made him look like an asshole to act like that.
A Japanese man. Well, clearly that must have been.
Mr. Natsume. Now, Guno has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case.
She's actually smart. Can you look at that?
There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his nose with a knife, you know. He's silly. And that's all that there is to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Can we have her instead of Sholmes? Can I have her around? I'd rather have the child. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They were spot on.
That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction.
You even managed to ascertain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery.
Ah, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. I get his je ne sais quoi. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please.
At least we have someone competent. Oh god. Fucking finally someone competent. Even if he's a 10-year-old. So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying?
Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. The great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently, a woman was stabbed in a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man.
Mr. Natsume beyond any doubt.
Oh, come on, he's not that short.
That I can see. Toseki-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all. But it seems there were witnesses after all.
Ali used his great deduction powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking stooped man, shivering in fear.
Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did. He's a great detective.
Tosato, please stop lying to yourself.
Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Police say that London is rife with crime. Oh.
call the Yankees doing it best, but they can't stay on top of it apparently.
Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire.
That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. They're just very useless. Staff at Money Aboard showed crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. Basically, the system is broken and we should destroy it from the ground up and create something better. But nobody's gonna listen to a 10-year-old.
That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is. Except that if it's the greatest justice system, why is it so shitty? But in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Renosuke, we have to save him, because otherwise he will not die in the 1910s. Actually, historical figure Natsume Soseki. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative.
Oh, you're most welcome. I had so much fun.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Schultz is at the moment, so I can go and put my boot in his ass? As you guess, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well.
Ah, well. I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene.
Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Nuts Omei. I heard he said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him.
Iris, do you know where those lodgings are?
Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Do you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there?
Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. He keeps eating fish and chips in front of me and it's making me hungry.
Ah, goody. In that case, keep Gwexy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Okay. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try.
Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckle Pan. And I'll be making more special bites of these, so come back again soon.
We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard. We headed back to the scene when Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. I mean, to be fair, you're giving this man money. Like, I'm gonna point that out. Like, we're doing what is traditionally called a bribe. We're bribing this detective to give us information. So, like, I'm sure that we're gonna get what we want out of him. It's not that difficult. 19th of February, 2:38 p.m., Briar Road. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Which, you know, it's to be expected. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his sheeps to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Hi, here. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't have a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign whereabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris
Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me.
Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly?
It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee, that's what it is.
An appearance fee. Oh, I see, you mean.
That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. The ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time.
Yes, yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still, I need the supplemental income for my fish and chips.
I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you.
Never mind that. So, what you want to know then,
Sorry?
Tell the gentleman in white whatever he wants to know. I trust that that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What you want to know?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
Ah, the little knife-wielding mustachioed Japanese fellow.
Can you not treat him like that? He hasn't committed any crime that we know of yet.
He lives in a right old hovel. Just over there, look.
Oh, that place?
On the first floor of that house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up.
That is nearby indeed.
I remember rightly, the landlord is Mr. John Garrideb. Well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear it? I mean it! You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes!
Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Calm the fuck down, my dude.
Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship!
I would have assumed that you would want for the Queen to live long, but okay, whatever, fuck the Queen. I mean, I don't disagree. We have to destroy the monarchy, and that was one of the few things that the French did correctly. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely! Also, I just noticed that every single fucking window is, like, it's just covering... It's just covered, actually. Like, it's just covered in bricks. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Oh, it's the same as before. According to Inspector Gregson, that's the house where Mr. Natsume has lodgings.
Just across the road from where the incident took place, I see.
It must be Afuso Saseki-san getting caught up in something like this in a foreign land. And living in such a shitty place. The Japanese government does not pay him enough to live in a good place, I assume. February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. May I help you? Oh, yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Garrideb? Indeed it would be, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name is Runosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Suzuki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garrideb. You see that, Misusato? That was a real-life English maid. I know, as I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, these days keep getting better. You know, it's funny, like, it's funny, the other day,
I was doom scrolling on Twitter as one does in this day and age. And it was funny that this is happening, and like I read a tweet about someone being like, the problem with rich guys, with rich people, is that they stop having, they said butlers, which like is not a butler, like a head butler, that like those guys take care of the rest of the state, but like the personal assistant kind of butler, like it has a specific name I can't remember right now. Because like if you have a guy that follows you around and criticizes your choices and it's like, sir, you would look like shit doing that, but like in a polite way, it would stop a lot of people from making terrible decisions, because it's like, my lordship, that's a dumb fucking move that you're about to pull. You should not do that. It will haunt you forever. And like, I don't think that would solve it, but I don't think it would make it worse. Like having another person going around and being like your reason guy, to be like putting a little hand on your shoulders and be like, if you do that, you're gonna look like a fucking idiot. Do not do that. Like it worked for Batman. Like yeah, Bruce Wayne still did stupid fucking decisions, but also it kind of works for him, for the most part. There was also the guy from The Nanny. Like, you need a sarcastic, like, right-hand man to tell you to stop doing bullshit sometimes. A maid can work too. You need a right-hand man or a right-hand woman who will be there, will be sarcastic at you, and will tell you to not do bullshit stuff before it ruins your life. And or the life of those around you. It certainly feels we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrett will see you now. This way. Good day to you, John Garrett, about your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Renosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Mayo, and don't you know, I used to be a colonel until I took a gunshot to the knee. And a medal for my past, but had to withdraw from service, handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. He's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down the stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garrideb, know that you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folder old, really. I don't like to offend the general, though, so I gradually displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, John? Let these good people see it properly. John, fetch the— Ah! Dash it all, woman, be careful! Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. Anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to talk about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only to please, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. Though this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even has some famous detective poking around, you know? In this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't cut the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea. I love detective business. Oh, but
You have a copy of Rand's magazine here, so...
No.
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
So he's in Soseki-san's room. It's a bawling nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's surely unsettling.
How can it be jolly and unsettling at the same time? How about Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garida? Please, please do tell us.
God damn it. It's not like my mouth doesn't want to work, even if my brain does. Ah yes, a Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week.
Oh, just 1 week?
So he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor became available a week ago, you see. Dashing old Joan, do be careful!
Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulders. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything.
Woman, you say that and I'm willing to believe that you were the one who stabbed that random woman that was walking around.
Actually, speaking of that woman... Yeah, she's not in the court record. Like, that's the thing that I'm curious. It's like, we haven't found out who this woman is yet.
We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure.
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, yes, indeed there was.
And she's dying to tell us.
Have you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes. That one was shady than an orchid. Could you elaborate? Well, the man's room absolutely still full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read. He never so much as passes a time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshelf every single day and comes back that fight to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too.
Oh, I see.
That's kind of normal for a researcher, how are you? The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known the Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning.
Ah.
Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh. I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct?
That's right, yes, they're both below us on the first floor and then street level.
Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed.
Griff Joan, be careful, woman.
Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Something doesn't add up here.
You don't fucking say, Ryunosuke. You don't fucking say. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Do you happen to look out of the window at around that time?
The window.
Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. That incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garibet household. So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh, I see.
Do you notice anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as?
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well... Yes, was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time here... Ah! For the love of God, Joan! Watch what you're doing!
Ah, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Do be more careful, woman! I have third-degree burns at this point!
Of course, sir. Don't worry. I won't stop until your bone is exposed.
What?
Nothing. If I may, Mr. Narrow
Oh, yes?
I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all.
No, really, Mr. Garibab? Garidab? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really, nothing about... John, dash it all! What is the matter with you, woman?
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Yes, quite. Nothing happened. I sat down to a quiet and eventful meal, Joan?
That's right, Mr. Garrideb.
What is the matter with these two?
It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what? I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on?
Why, certainly just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak.
Yes, told me that his name had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services.
That's a blatant lie.
Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean?
Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs.
Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try.
We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we?
Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more.
I do not want to talk to Sholmes again.
God, I don't want to talk to Sholmes. What time is it? Time for my coffee, I would say. I'm gonna go get that, and then I guess we're gonna have to talk to Sholmes. God fucking damn it. I don't wanna talk to him. I don't wanna see Sholmes again. God. Okay. I'll be back in a sec. Alrighty, we're back. Time to go and see Sholmes again. By Mr. Gary Devon, his wife. Wait. We just saw the maid, and I assume that that's not his wife. Let me check the call record. Yeah. So he has a wife. Okay, if the woman who got stabbed, since she's still alive, and they're waiting for her to wake up to actually get like an idea or some shit, if she wakes up and or dies and it's revealed that she's Gary Depp's wife, definitely him colluded with the maid. I assume the maid primarily did it, but there's some sort of collusion here. Cat! There's a cat. I love cat. 19th of February, Mr. Natsume's room. What? Just look at this place. And smell it is so musty in here. Well, yeah, there's no windows. I suppose the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. And the lack of windows. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was a window, I think, yes, once upon a time. But for some reason it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true. But according to what Mr. Gary Depp told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. I'm gonna assume that he's hiding in the mountain of books. But first, I need to check Cat. Meow to you too, baby! Kitty! Kitty! Kitty. Oh my, what an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mika, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Yeah, but I still feel homesick. Can't blame me. That desk seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. That's what she said, question mark. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it, look. And the date of purchase, 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. Nothing out of praise. Like, really? I can't check the bag? Okay.
This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here too.
I believe that is a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo.
A gas meter?
Yes, it seems there is piped gas in this district, which customers pay for by putting coins in the meter.
So if we were to put a coin in the slot...
That would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night.
So if you're to pour to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold.
That's right. That's what a rich man who only carried crisp white notes.
London is a scary place. I mean, if you're a rich man, I don't think it would matter.
Look at those books look at all those books stacked up there.
They almost reach the ceiling.
There are works of English literature, and they all smell so musty.
With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading materials, would you?
No, what a dreamy idea.
A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again.
So reading it is an experience that comes with once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us.
I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Cat.
Oh, look, it's a beckoning cat from home.
It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him.
I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage?
Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm.
Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wants the same. And this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him.
It's not doing a very good job so far, is it?
You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word!
Why are my eyes such a giveaway?
You're too sincere, my dude.
When did you appear there?
Where? How? I checked there 5 seconds ago. When did you appear there, you piece of shit?
I don't want this man.
You know that meme where like there's the autism creature, and like there comes another autism creature, but it's like 1% more autistic than the first, and the first one is like shut the fuck up. Like that's how I feel when Sholmes is around. I get why people like him, but he causes that effect in me. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, there he is. Where did he appear from?
He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, you too!
Good day. Now let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Beria.
Yes, of course, the Beria. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Sogi. He died tragically, but you were a great help to us, I guess. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Sogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
Oh.
Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least.
What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr.
Oh, no, my dear ma'am, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain epic.
Couldn't you have said like your mind palace?
Miss Naruhodo? Mr. Susato.
Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes.
Also, Susato is her first name. Her last name is Mikotoba. You know her dad. I know that you know her dad. I've seen the fan arts. You've explored each other's bodies. How are you stupid? I lost the first round. I'm gonna kick him out of the window, and I'm gonna have to break the bricks in front of the window to do that, and I'm gonna break them with his body. In truth, I hope to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. Some scolded Gerdas ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the murder in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short an amount of time. I'm afraid the persons of a new case has stole my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. You're not even quoting yourself, you're quoting the small 10-year-old child who happens to live with you. I don't always remember my personal weaknesses, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes? We have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness! What an earnest expression! My dear madame, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is enough place to discuss the murky case. I hate this man, I hate this man, I hate this man, I hate this man, I hate this man. I hate this man, he pisses me off. And not just because he's a blonde, which I am famously not into them. Sorry, I had to sneeze. I don't know where that sneeze came from. Maybe from all of the people who like Sholmes and hate hearing me talk shit about him. Okay, I think that was it. I think the sneezing feat is done. I think we're done. Hopefully. We know this to be the lodges of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. Actual historical figure, Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briars Road, which we have yet to know who the fuck she is, and I swear to God, if she's the wife of the guy on, like, upstairs, I'm gonna assume that the maid did it. With or without his help, but the maid definitely was involved in it. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name. It was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance! It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the scene of the crime scene. The scene of the crime, I guess. A man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement of the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, what did you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here.
However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I find myself quite lost in bibliophily. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. I will be deceived on you being a man of leisure because you clearly don't give a shit. Tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garrideb. A retired military man, apparently. It was the first time I ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution that is the services. And it was the first time I ever met a mate from the Great British Institution that is the service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. So? Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Yeah, betoken I never seen as a, like, I assume it's pronounced like that, like betoken. I guess betoken could be, but like that sounds less natural. Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employed at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath them. In the upper echelons of society, of course, household employed enough staff to consider a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs, specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garrideb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of his case, I am yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. He means that the man is sussy. Is sus. Is amogus, even. This rum is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. But sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window. Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly closed windows up. Well, the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, this is what's rife as a result. Some 40 years ago, thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. He's studying literature. Well, not even English literature, the English language. Of course the stipend is not good. Actually, I need to... I want to check if, like, window tax is an actual thing somewhere. Window tax UK. Oh my god, it is?
Imposed in England in 1696, the tax, a kind of predecessor of the modern property tax, was levied on dwellings with the tax liability based on the number of windows. The tax led to efforts to reduce tax bills through such measures as the boarding up of windows and the construction of houses with very few windows. Oh my god, it was an actual thing! The UK is fucking stupid! Whoa! They literally put a tax on how much light enters a room. Jesus Christ. Oh god, the British are so fucking stupid. Great British Empire, my ass. God. It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodges were offered at extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about a week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy your further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I hope I never see you again, but I know that's unrealistic. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remember that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your service in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure on what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really well, then I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so probably too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients, to trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea! Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention, but then I got occupied with the reading. And then I come in and I throw him out of the window. But there are simply too many fascinating books here! I couldn't possibly ignore it. Them. Oh my god, he actually did exactly what I said he... Oh god, I hate this man! I'm gonna literally throw him out of a window! Oh. I see. Cool. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear though having seen the same man commit a crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garidev is... Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at the present that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as your investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps this time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garidev's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Wait. Did he literally? He fucking did. Fuck you too, Sholmes! 19th of February, Mr. Garidev's room. Ah, you Peregrine. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forgot his name, is still hard at work down there?
Mr. Sherlock Sholmes.
Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid.
Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there.
Jolly good show. And not the cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why did you tell me what— Ah! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bully well doing?
I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'd be so kind.
Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance.
No. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourself. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourself out.
According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garridev is hiding something. As there's no other avenues and investigations seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could it be? What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem, ahem. Maybe let's not, Mr. Sato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem, ahem.
First, I noticed, like, why is it all tilted and shit, but also, why are you there? What's he doing over there?
Mr. Sholmes?
Aha, we meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here?
Sherlock Sholmes, sir. At your service.
Whatever were you doing over by the window?
I am given to watch the evening sky as the sun sets, madame. Yet sadly cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up there.
Well, keeping an eye to one's window at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, me?
I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detectives. Great mind.
No, you don't have... No, not really. Like, that's not necessary. Like, no, not actually. No, it's fine. Like it's fine. Like it's fine. It's fine. You don't have to, you know, we don't have to do these. Like, no, thanks. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. And no, I don't... No, I don't want to be here. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Okay, fine, whatever. God forbid. Mr. Garridev, though it would seem you are a military man on considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first
is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you.
Mr. Naruhodo, look.
The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievable. It seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How? How could you possibly? How could I possibly know?
You mean to inquire?
The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. He is a half wolf, half lion. The king of the jungle. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. What do you mean? I don't want to be here. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your flirting glance, Mr. Garrideb, lead us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has been fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, braided specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Oh, he has a slap on his face. Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
Well,
Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madame?
me?
I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is.
Your dress pocket give us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it, it's a handbill advertising a circus show. What? What?
Ah.
Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garrideb. At Batty's Circus. Well, at least it's a different circus from the one that appears in all the other Ace Attorney games where there is a circus. Thank the Lord, I don't want to see the clown. A traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have some tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to a circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus will now reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through the ring of fire. He's so fucking stupid. Like, he's so dumb. Like, he's so fucking stupid. Now, Mr. Garrideb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blind pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Mid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man, I simply... But what, we must ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? We need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had to choose but to let it go. Yes, well, now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable.
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woodland carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wondering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. God, I could go for one of those cakes. There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatisfied appetite. Unsatiated, actually. Why is my brain like this? It's like I already have seen the word and I am completing the fucking dialogue box. It's like, no, wait until the actual, until you finish reading the actual word. No, my brain is stupid. Was it or was it not said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Not actually, she never said that. Like, not to defend the French monarchy, but she never actually said that. That was mostly propaganda. Like, again, not defending the French nobility. It still sucked ass, but no, she never actually said that. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact.
Whatever do you mean?
Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. He's so fucking stupid, I'm gonna lose my mind. He's so dumb, but he's so stupid. I wish Iris was here. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Their honest reaction to this. Ah! What is the matter with you, Joan? Your parents called it hot tea all over me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gary Depp. I'm afraid I didn't notice.
My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup ran it over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Yeah, from how stupid you are.
Oh.
Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again. Well, your deductions just now made no fucking sense. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Gary or his mate would have been hurt. Or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said I saw the lion to the circus.
And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea.
Ah, my dear Mrs. Sato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whether anyone lands on Great Lytton soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Nah. Even if you put me in fucking Great Britain, I'm still gonna grab a cup of coffee, bitch. Do not try. Like, I like tea, but I'm not even gonna take your tea. It's gonna be green tea. Fuck you and your tea.
Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it.
I don't want to massage his ass.
Excellent! I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo.
Since when am I your fucking partner? We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still. Uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation, I guess. At least, that's what I want to believe.
Let us start again.
From the beginning.
Oh, Sherlock Sholmes, logic and reasoning is spectacular.
Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. Yeah, of all strange things that he could have said. Not on the top 5.
No, but if you observe Mr. Gary Depp's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast didn't run amok in here in this room.
Yes, something with a very fierce nature.
But it could have been a lion transported from India.
So what was it then?
We must follow Mr. Gary Depp's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer.
Well. What's this photograph?
It appears to be from Mr. Gary Depp's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he?
He does, but you can't make out his bride.
No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face.
I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Well, I think we have I think we have what we need.
Take that!
The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride.
Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo.
No other explanation could possibly fit.
Yes, this frame of print pictures your wife, Mr. Gary Depp.
And while we'll amend the fact that her face is obscured,
you can still make out her mighty arms and know the considerable horsepower they must contain. Okay, yeah, no, the maid is actually his wife, I think.
Oh, indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast.
Honored might be stretching a point.
Too late! The fact remains that the beast, which clearly savaged this room,
was your wife, Mr. Gary Depp.
The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
Well,
Yeah, that's the same. Yeah, this is the same as before.
The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself.
Well, I don't know about fragile.
Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of Miss Garrideb anywhere.
But it seems there may be some clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that his maid is trying to hide.
I wonder where Mr. Garrideb's wife could be.
I mean... Is she... Yeah, there it is. Yeah, she has a wedding ring.
Take that!
Okay, so she's the wife. So the wife and husband pair that is mentioned, so the crime is them. But that begs the question if A, they could actually see it, and B, why they know so much about Soseki's routine. So like,
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts.
indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away.
It is identical to the one shown in the hand of Mr. Garrideb's Mr. Garrideb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid.
No. You are Mr. Garrideb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garrideb herself. Mrs. Garrideb, if you want.
Oh my word!
Well, jolly fine detective, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is the wife, yes, by Joan. Rather let her go, as you might say, but she was a body cooker back.
It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct?
It's not right, I tell you. I'm a second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employed.
Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly.
You mean Mr. Garrideb has his wife work as his maid?
Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garrideb?
No wonder she's so salty about it. I would be salty too. It's like, come on, dude, you could be the maid if you want. Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. Oh. And for part 2. Yeah, it's the same. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garrideb's wife a beast.
Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. And rude. And kind of a dick move, actually. I think I'm gonna throw him out of a window.
No, that's a sad thing to do, to be fair, but I would do it. I would do it instead. But Mrs. Garridev is standing right beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he?
Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then.
According to Mr. Shaw, Mr. Garridev's pain is tangible though. What could that pose of his really signify? Dude, please, you can see the slapped cheek right there. Like, it was partially visible already. Oh my, look at the bright red mark.
Gosh, that's quite something. And clearly made by somebody's hand.
Yes, Mr. Garridev has been slapped on the face, it seems, hard.
I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing?
Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say.
Take that!
Oh god, I hit my mic, I'm so sorry. I moved my arm and I hit my mic. Oopsie.
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek.
And of course, the delivery of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame John Garridev?
Well, yes.
You have been desperate to hide the slab mark on your cheek, sir. Oh, the blazes. How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the arc of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep the other side from you. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garridev to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is a pile of ills that have given rise to the pain you suffer.
Didn't Mr. Shaw say that the bills were all for lion fodder?
Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garridev's wife.
Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing.
Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact.
Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to the question.
Oh. That's...
Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Garridev is clearly an avid reader.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark.
Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary.
And look, next to the signature here.
Lip marks! Made with lipstick! Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture.
Don't get any ideas, Susato-san.
Oh dear, I'm sorry.
So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Well, I think that we know what the problem was.
Take that!
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer.
Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Probably a Silent Hill 2 reference, actually. I just thought about it. It could be. I don't know if it is, but it could be.
Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is a fly in the ointment here?
I didn't know the Valley woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how you got there.
It was just in there, you say.
That's right, that's what I've been saying. Ah!
A likely story.
Now listen to your no thing. I explained it at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place and the note must have already been in there.
So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean?
That's right, that's what I've been. Ah!
A likely story.
For heaven's sakes, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. Ah!
A likely story.
Are you questioning my name now?
Apparently she is, Jesus. That's okay. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicion of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable.
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. Very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst?
Ah,
This time, madame, I'm afraid it's you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only to look at a tower of cakes. God, I want cake. I'm gonna make myself cake later. But surely Miss Garridev didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. I hope. Well, there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Miss Garrideb's case, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see.
yes.
Well, if I had to guess, like there's a candle there. So like... It like, that looks like it was burned. God, that cake. Those cake. I know it's kind of low poly cake, but like those cakes look good.
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only to look at the candlestick. Most illuminated, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are! The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Garridev, mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face. But on the entire room, the force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. In seconds the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, for the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. I mean, not wrong. And in this room, that ferocious beast bears its claws and run amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital disco flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir? I salute you! Please sit down. Oh, do it. Okay. Sure. Okay.
It's this dash long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of a fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there.
And in the pages of one particular novel, you discover some rather illicit material. For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
Don't know about admonish. Demolish might be rather closer to the mark. And these most certainly adapt. Ah! Here we go again.
And the carpet, was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor?
Blurry to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a burly thing. It's caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames.
You paint the torrid pictures, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you.
It didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The valley furniture started going up as well. It had to hide the mess behind the screen for the time being.
Over there, Mr. Garrideb. Well, you have nothing to hide now, if you'll allow me.
Oh. That's a pretty bad one. And my favorite novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Hush. Then the wife started hurling things at me.
What a terrible sight it must have been.
There was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion Sprite.
The Lion Sprite. Ah yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again.
I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest.
The poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Shelves' deductions turned out to be correct once again. It can only be described as a great British wonder.
I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fettle.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
Nah, not sure, I can't remember. It was 2 days ago. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think.
So at exactly the same time as that terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. A whole of light could have been flooding outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dash thing.
Okay, so if they're the ones who testified that they're the ones, you know, responsible for seeing the crime happen, they're clearly lying because that's not the case. So we have no real witnesses right now. Oh, really? Like, we know that there's a pair of husband and wife who supposedly saw the crime. We were told that much. But if it's not them, like, if it's not them, we're in trouble. If it's them, plausible deniability on the fact that they literally did not see the crime and are lying. Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you? Well, I think we got to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now, but what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances?
I can't help you there, I'm afraid.
What?
My dear fellow, if your locality say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not.
I just knew you were going to say that!
Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart.
Bear in mind that all the things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garida.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Oseki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. Well, I guess we're back to the prison. This is awkward. Wait, why are we in Briars Road? I chose the prison. 19 February, Briar Road. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo, we must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a carriage. Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garibet's house. Huh?
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers.
Why, you can't know, man. You're around looking nimty-pimney.
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than I dreamed of in your philosophy.
This is Horatio, fella, eh? What are you on about? Excuse me? Hey, what the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looks as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Inosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Hey, lawyer! What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law, like I can help. Yeah. Alright, I'll be on my way for today. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet.
I get into a nunnery.
Do I look like a blooming nun to you? He's just quoting Shakespeare to him. Macbeth, to be precise. I hope you're not injured.
Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you.
What was that all about?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than I dreamed of in your philosophy.
I'm not Horatio either. Can you stop quoting Shakespeare at me?
Forgive the inquiry, sir, but... Are you a lodger here in the Garida residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, you are so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode.
So you're poor. Mr. Garida mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor?
Ah yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words near could there be.
Sorry, battle, did you say?
Who is the strongest? Who is the stronger? Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I spare long into the night.
Well... Actually, no, I think I quoted wrong. I was thinking about Hamlet with the nunnery part. Yeah, that's Hamlet because it's, you know, Ophelia. Like, he tells that to Ophelia after, he basically just throws her out. Well, that's not the best way to put it. Because more or less what happens is that it's implied anyway, it's not directly stated, but it's implied that he convinces her to just fuck around, in the most literal sense of the fucking around. Because they're gonna get married, and then he decides to call off the marriage, and then he kills her dad. So the only person who could still force Hamlet to get married to her is there, which means that her life is basically over, because that's the only thing that she's useful for as a woman in that time period. So he basically tells her to go to a nunnery, because it's the only option she technically would have left. And also to get her out of the way. Honestly, I would give the fight to Macbeth. Like, Hamlet is an idiot. Like, he's
young and stupid. Like, Macbeth also makes a bunch of mistakes, don't get me wrong. But if we're choosing, like, the stronger of the two, I would argue Macbeth, if only because he's slightly less stupid than Hamlet. Like, Hamlet is literally an idiot. He kills people who are actually useful to him just because he thinks they're into the conspiracy thing of, like, his dad getting killed. Which I'm not even sure if his dad was actually murder, or if he's just imagining that. It's been a while since I read any Shakespeare also. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least.
The fair maiden, the good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well.
I hate thespians.
All I need is some lesbians.
I think you mean thespians. I know what I said.
I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room.
It seems he's unaware what happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Suseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Gary Dev house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return.
Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over.
'19th of February, 6:31 p.m. Local prison, cell 9.
Hi.
Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh no, think nothing of it. Rats! If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing Nipponese.
Oh, now, let's not get carried away.
Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land.
On the other hand... Oh, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was someone completely unrelated. Why are you here, Sholmes? Why are you here? Why are you here? I thought there was gonna be someone completely unrelated. God fucking damn it, Sholmes. It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact.
Such is my belief, at least.
Oh, it's you! The miserable rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Sholmes just says that because his boyfriend is Japanese. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here?
I have no intention of doing anything, sir.
Save observing, of course.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, having encountered some curious reading material in the Glumful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Glumful room. At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is a superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Ah, you! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. It's full of Englishmen. The worst. Hunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. Now that my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned!
By your distraction to that. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is more truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Curse is a wholly appropriate description, I would say.
for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Mr. Natsume, what do you mean by what you just said? Now, about the trial being tomorrow being cursed. Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed tomorrow? It's cursed somehow. God damn it, I can't read it. Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please, tell me. Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruhara successfully defended someone against the Reaper, but then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances, almost like they were killed, on purpose. Perhaps by the man itself. Actually, I don't think it's him. Like, as much as he is clearly a vampire and shit, I don't think it's Van Six doing. I think it's someone else, and they're just using Van Six trials as a way to, like, you know, like they're just using it to find people to kill, I guess. Mr. McGilded. What? I am impressed, Mr. Sato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can be that, having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Six killed the man himself. That's exactly what most people would think, but I think that would be too on the nose. Again, I don't think Van Six would do it, precisely because it's way too obvious. Like, even if he could scrub out every single piece of evidence, there comes a point where you would just assume. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh yes, why of course he is. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Van Six is a quite exceptional man, however in London cause of law. Exceptional does not equate to win in every case without exception. Ah, that's good. Seki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is but a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system, whereby the defendant guilt is considered from several points of view. Me remembering that they're probably gonna stop making settled trials, jury trials in the UK on purpose, to make it easier to condemn people that they don't like, because we live in a society, not me, I don't live in the UK, but like, because they live in a society and the entire world lives in a society, and just being like, yeah, excellent system. Just remember, the government can do whatever the fuck it was anyway. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witness, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, from time to time, my dear madam, it is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright? However, those indicted by Lord Van Six cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. But the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom. Within months, they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? By all manner of misfortunes, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm dead. Done for. Doomed. Well, that's bad. Well, let's see. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garrideb's house, I assume? Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long, then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops! He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean, the room really is cursed, then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer. Thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really, no one at all. To believe. Yes, to believe. I want to believe. Mr. Sholmes? Me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Beria, if you recall. The Beria. That case, the one with the snake. Well, yes, technically there was a snake. At that time, I was a suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story, and you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why? Why did you believe me? I see, yes, you mean. Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locker room. Well, if you like, yes.
I wouldn't put it like that, but sure.
I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow.
It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it.
But I could have been lying.
Surely you must have had your doubts.
Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What?
You see, the only things I believe in are those I chose to believe in.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
I make up my own mind about what it is to believe and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do.
Because I can't hide as far as I'm concerned.
But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse in my opinion.
Meaning?
Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself.
Yes, he's right.
He's right. Welcome, student Mr. Naruharu Squire.
I don't know, I can't believe myself. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. You were always right. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Ooh, free trout. Oh dear, there is never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume? If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruharu Squire.
As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and it was most unusual. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial.
This is something crucial.
What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I've finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. It's incredible that it took Phoenix like an entire game for that to happen. Like that was basically what Justice for All is about, partially. Thematically, that's what Justice for All is about. And for Yonosuke, it's like 2 cases, and I've solved it. I've solved that issue. he speed ran the lawyer crisis, I think. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Squire.
I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow.
As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue.
Of course, Mr. Natsume.
It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it.
Yes, I think you're right about that. Not that you're right about many things. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Bro. Mrs. Sato? Yes?
Will you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court?
Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant.
That's why she came here for, anyway.
The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Casma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too, apparently, I guess. So it's time. Time that I learn to believe in myself. Saseki-san has no one, he's alone. It's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster, I'm gonna kill a man. Metaphorically, in the courtroom. Not literally. Not literally, I promise. Would be a problem if it was literally. Oh, we only have 30 minutes, so I guess we're gonna have to say mid trial, but that's okay. That's okay. 20th of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defenders Antechamber.
Well, I never expected this. Would have thought I'd be back here again so soon. I would, because I know how his attorney games work.
We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible.
Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but... For the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little...
crass? Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right.
Good morning!
Oh, it's you. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
The early beer catches the worm, as they say here in Britain.
Yes, I've had that expression.
But I really don't want to catch a worm.
So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink.
And I'm now absolutely exhausted as a result.
Do all literally people take things so, literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
That little eye twitch is like, it's like such a neat detail. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble.
You're trembling just fine.
Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can do this. I can take this. Although, now comes student Mr. Naruhodo Squire.
Yes?
I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the corner. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London.
Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mrs. Otto? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea.
So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence, then, is it?
Don't hide up the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it?
Lord Van Six?
Is that right, Mrs. Otto? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Six is on the front page of everyone.
I knew it.
Sometimes after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday.
Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he?
The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Six's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus.
The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was.
I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't
realize, of course, having only just arrived in the country.
Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers.
But Dane, it's the most significant saga of the century to some of us.
Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the rare appearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attentions. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Look up, student Mr. Naruhodo Squire. It's you!
Me? Me? Well, I suppose it's true.
Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper.
Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deadbringers or the British. Not by will. If it's happening with Sholmes, it's because he insists on being part of my life, and I don't like that. And also, like, Van Six kinda just hate me. He's just like a vampire, so I don't know what you want from me.
I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck.
Thanks for that.
Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky liar alive!
Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you.
I could just leave.
Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight for your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, believe it, look at student Mr. Naruhodo Squire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side.
Whenever I know Nokum assistant Miss Mikotomo Squires.
Squires? Is that even a word?
I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once, please. And don't let me whack your boss. The judge always tells me to do it, but I don't want to do it. So just go on ahead. If you take too long, I'm gonna have to do it because the judge tells me to.
Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go.
Yes!
This poor man.
He's having like the worst day of his life.
This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. Disgusting. And my second trial against the Reaper, who is just a vampire, really. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my fate waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believe in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Except not really. We don't have basically any fucking evidence. We're kind of fucked on evidence. Not gonna lie. So I'm not sure what we're gonna do about that. Like, we're really not doing good evidence-wise. 20th of February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Ooh, a new setup. Is that asshole from last trial in the jury?
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the causes of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongham has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point, besides being annoying and racist? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
Susato-san, do not annoy the vampire.
After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Very true. And most fascinating in Dark Trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. He's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Yeah, it is fair play.
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Ah, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that Mustache Foreigner did the deed.
Okay, so this is rigged. We have the guy that we have to fight last time, and this bitch who could very well play against us. Come on, what are we waiting for? Not that he did it anyway.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Six.
Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while the country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street.
A knife crime! I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst! Bloody hell they are!
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature, and he's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Oh great, it's gonna be extra racist today! Come on, let's get this over with me now everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. I can't believe we're gonna get extra racist today. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of flashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Again, I keep doing that. I'm wasting a lot of my payment, a lot of my salary on chalices. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please, and whack his balls. As usual.
Your name and occupation, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector, Scotland Yard.
Will you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector?
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Of course, her name is Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
What? So they don't even know who she is for sure?
Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger.
Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector.
Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map.
I love maps. They're some of my favorites.
As mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide, thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is a case file with everything we know about the victims so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Provide of the weapon that was used, but pass. Let me check the record, the case file. Victim Olivia, female, southbound, the early 20s, east side. Rolly Beat is a reporting officer. The victim remains unconscious and it was gleaned from her personal effects. All the details are unknown. Apart from a single stab wound from a large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Okay. The officer did it. Like... The officer did it. Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's bag. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now.
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab that poor woman.
Even the scrag-looking Suzuki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what I can tell by looking at the woman's possession, it seems like she's a poor student herself. I had to imagine she wouldn't have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some of deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance had been ruled out as a motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Dude! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. No! No, we're not gonna forgive that discourtesy, you piece of shit. That probably hurt someone. There's glass shattered everywhere. There's wine everywhere. But your words have the sword is hallowed bouquet. But it is you, my learned friend, who is very heavy-handed here. What? Why are you pointing at me fruitily? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without a good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your full testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student.
Yes, sir!
Fucking asshole.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, when there was a unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. There's been a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found a bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord, I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident.
Ooh, and it's colored.
Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector.
You Nipponese are a spiritless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Six, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it.
What are you doing, Mrs. Sato? Go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now you're mentioning, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened.
As I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings.
Yeah, a green overcoat.
Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photography print in full color. What will the world come up with next?
The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back.
There was nobody else out there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could have possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, Counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord.
Nothing for it. Have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. I mean, we're gonna have more witnesses, but sure. Okay.
Now, he said that he saw her from the front, which is probably where he didn't see the person who stabbed her. So that means that the direction that he came walking from in the diagram is incorrect. The only way to prove that is by putting the place the bookshop he was exiting is on the opposite position. Like, that's how you prove it. You prove that the store was in a different road, and that completely changes side. So I need, like, more information about the books, I feel. Defendant appears to... Defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of all English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The block's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those massive old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodging is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Royal Road and Mearsham Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Royal Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home.
He could have crossed the street directly in Mearsham, like just in that intersection, but sure.
Something like this. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Yes, I agree.
The most important point that the inspector just made being... Let me check the core record, because we don't have... Your books. Okay, so it is different. It's the name then. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe. Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be it could be a very important clue. He did the Phoenix thing. He did the Phoenix thing. Good for him. Very well, now that I can see it being of any great importance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say. Could that man be any more sardonic? Anyway, get presented, forehead.
Objection!
Get objected. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. You and your stupid ass. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. Why do you call me Sunshine? This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yeah, so the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Your, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street mark here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at these, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? Might, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What did you say? Absolutely, it absolutely could be right. Yeah, where is that other shop? Come on, tell me what it is. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. And? It turns out that Your Books is just here on the corner of Mearsham Street and going east. Oh, so he could have just taken Calabash and gone through there instead of going through Briar. Cool. You piece of shit. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. No, he can take a different road, honey. My Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. Be a future career in the circus. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, there's no doubt that he would still have passed the place where the victim was stabbed, implying that he's going to Mearsham, but he doesn't have to. He can't go back through Calabash Road. Not only that, but it would take him, like, even if you want to say, oh, he definitely was going through Mearsham Street, it would have taken much longer for him, which means that it's less likely that he would have crossed the victim. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate from my learned if somewhat slow Nipponese friend.
Stop doing that to your chalices!
Wherever the man purchases his mercy term, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon, terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
Ah, she's absolutely right.
We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... I mean, by all means.
The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrived back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why will any man choose to take a longer route home?
Well, for the scenery?
For the scenery. Like, I like to be out in the cold. Probably not that late at night, but... Not in London. I don't trust like that, but... The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words... The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
But, yes, I got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home.
I have already informed the court of the accused's response of such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. He was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
I don't believe this!
I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors?
But even if that is the case, the defense still...
The jurors do not like me. I'm going to assume because they're racist. I agree with Lord Van Six. Wholeheartedly and in every way.
What? I don't believe it. Does this mean...
We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Bro! Bruh. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. Face on desk once again.
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo? No. But yet, this isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of the scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow! Those are the eyes of Query, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense were written in antiquated British law that should have been varied long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if he so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncouth refusal to throw in his alley. You're so rude. You're still so angry at the fact that I call you out. He's such a dick. Fucking fair play. You don't have to even pay McGilded anymore. He's there. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Does it allow me to save right when the screen is on? Because I'm pretty sure it doesn't. So, just in case, I'm gonna save here, and we'll continue next time. I'm not gonna go over like I did the last 2 times, because an hour and a half like the first 2 times is a lot. 30 minutes is a lot. Like, my throat can only go so far before it dies. And we're gonna continue this game tomorrow anyway, so thank you everybody for being here. We're continuing tomorrow, probably finishing this first case. I assume that we'll have enough to finish the first case. I believe it's 6 cases for this game. So we'll see. And we're gonna be dealing with more racism. How delightful! So much racism for us. God forbid. But anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good end to your weekend, and a good start to your week. And I'll see you tomorrow for more of the Grey's Attorney Chronicles, the game where I have to deal with all of this racism for some fucking reason. And the reason is because we're in England. Honestly, the reason is because we're in England. It's the English court. The English are here, and they're fucking just dicks all the time. So, what can you do? Anyway, have a good rest of your day. Bye, everyone.